This sanction intense package.
No Russian oligarch will be removed from the EU sanctions list for the time being. The ambassadors of the 27 countries decided that at a meeting in Brussels, rejecting Hungary's demands on the issue. But the price for this was an agreement to extend individual sanctions for 6 months, as before, rather than for a year, as sought by a group of countries, including Poland. According to Ukraine's Yulia Sviridenko, Russia, as an invader country, must pay for the destruction in Ukraine.
So on everything that gives revenue to Russian economy and everything that gives power for Russia to keep fighting. So that's why we always say that need to strengthen sanction policy, but because the war is still lasting.
The EU's upcoming 10th sanctions package for Russia will target 11 billion euros worth of goods.
And we are less than 24 hours away from the one-year mark since the day that changed the world as we knew it. Every night since the Russian invasion, Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky has recorded nightly addresses, oftentimes mentioning the situation on the battlefield. Last night, however, the topic was his meeting with the UK's Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak.
Вже ввечері говорив з прем'єр-міністром Великої Британії.
In the evening, I spoke with the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. We are working in a very powerful manner together with the UK to strengthen our warriors, to bring our common victory closer, to implement our defense agreements reached during my visit to London. And it would be great if all our partners, like the UK, understood how the speed of defense supplies affects concrete successes on the battlefield.
Впливає на конкретні успіхи на полі бою.
Moving on now to the ongoing diplomatic efforts aimed at providing support to Ukraine. At a special session of the General Assembly on Ukraine held at UN headquarters in New York on Wednesday, Ukrainian Foreign Minister Dmytro Kuleba appealed to the international community to stand by his country.
We want fighter jets, we want everything that we need to win, and I will dare to say that probably Josep shares this vision because he has done personally a lot to build this consensus in the European Union on the defense security assistance to Ukraine. This brings me back to my previous answer. I mean, we have a right protected by the UN Charter to receive everything that we need to exercise the right to self-defense. It's very simple. This is how international law was written, and therefore everything that we need should be given to us as soon as possible.
At the UN Human Rights meeting, Ukrainian First Lady Olena Zelenska spoke about human rights violations committed by Russia since the beginning of the invasion almost a year ago. During her speech, she emphasized that Russia's decision to take Ukrainian nuclear power plants hostage and to murder countless civilians in Ukraine is an attack on the very principle of human rights.
Justice for Ukraine is justice for the entire world. That's why we call on the United Nations to establish a special tribunal for the crimes of Russian aggression. It is not only us who need that. We need that for everyone. We are fighting on the real front with arms. We are fighting on the economic front with sanctions. I am calling on you to create a legal front, a front of justice.
And that's all from Ukraine, but stay tuned on TP World. Now let's take a look at updates from other parts of the world, starting with news from Poland. Moldova is among the countries most affected by the Russian invasion in Ukraine. Large numbers of refugees fled to Moldova, and the small country has mobilized its resources to accommodate the neighbors in need. Our correspondent, Izabela Muczynska, has more.
There is around 100,000 of Ukrainians living in Moldova now. Most of them came from the closest region of Ukraine, which is Odessa. They can get support in places like this. This is a center for helping Ukrainian refugees in Chisinau.
Now we have a little bit difference between 97,000 and 99,000 of people. It's completely changed because of this situation is unstable. Someone going out, someone going in, so on. But it is more or less like stable number of these people. So about the help which we can provide it, that everyone who are going to Moldova from Ukraine can find any accommodation in the centers like this, and other centers, because there is a lot of centers, not only in Chisinau, but in other cities and some villages.
There's over 65 places like this in Moldova. Half of them is based in the capital. From Chisinau for TVP World, this was Izabela Muczyńska.
The US Congress has approved the sale of HIMARS launches to Poland. Polish Minister of Defense Mariusz Błaszczak shared on Twitter that the contract will be finalized soon. The move marks another step toward bolstering the security of NATO's eastern flank. Nearly 2 weeks ago, the U.S. State Department approved the general conditions.
The U.S. State Department approved the general conditions of the contemplated deal. The transaction is to include nearly 500 HIMARS launchers, most of which will be mounted on Polish-made military vehicles. In addition, an extensive quantity of munitions, including 45 long-range ATA-CMS missiles and more than 1,500 other missiles, will be included. The value of this package is about $10 billion. It still needed an approval from Congress, which was granted on Thursday. Poland ordered 20 HIMARS kits, including 18 combat and 2 training launchers, in 2019. Lockheed Martin is expected to deliver them this year. Last May, the Ministry of Defense sent a new request for proposals to the U.S. government for 500 more launchers.
The eyes of the world are now fixed on Poland as U.S. President Joe Biden has taken part in the Bucharest 9th summit in Warsaw yesterday. The U.S. leader once again reiterated his support for Ukraine and NATO's eastern flank during the discussions.
NATO's eastern flank is a front line of defense which will not fall. U.S. President Joe Biden said at today's Bucharest 9 summit held in Warsaw.
Because what literally is at stake is not just Ukraine, it's freedom. The idea that over 100,000 forces would invade another country since World War II, nothing like that has happened. Things have changed radically. We have to make sure we change them back.
President Joe Biden met with Polish President Andrzej Duda and other leaders of NATO eastern flank. At the summit, the Polish head of state emphasized that Russian aggression in Ukraine has changed the security situation in Europe.
What we wish to do today is to think together among closest allies about our next steps in the run-up to the B9 summit in Bratislava and the NATO summit in Vilnius, and about the possibilities to provide further support to Ukraine.
Today's B9 meeting focused on preparing for the upcoming NATO summit in Vilnius and further strengthening the bloc's eastern flank. When talking about the region's safety, the NATO Secretary-General stated that this is not the first time Russia has threatened European security.
We have seen the Russian pattern of aggression over many years. Georgia in 2008, Crimea and Donbass in 2014, and then the full-fledged invasion of Ukraine last year. We cannot allow Russia to continue to chip away at European security. We must break the cycle of Russian aggression.
The Bucharest 9 group was founded in 2015 in Bucharest by the President of Poland and Romania. The organization consists of 9 former Soviet countries: Bulgaria, the Czech Republic, Estonia, Hungary, Lithuania, Latvia, Poland, Romania and Slovakia. These countries joined the military alliance after escaping Moscow's sphere of influence at the end of Cold War, and the majority of them are now among the most ardent advocates for providing Ukraine with military assistance.
U.S. President Joe Biden has finished his historic official visit to Kyiv and Warsaw on Wednesday. How did Ukraine's other great ally, the UK, cover the events? Klaudia Czerwińska has the answer.
Your lust for land and power will fail. This was one of the many quotes that appeared in newspaper headlines today after U.S. President Joe Biden's defiant speech in Warsaw. The event was widely covered here in the UK. British media played up the exchange of swords that took place between Vladimir Putin and President Biden, who delivered competing speeches on the same day. Putin's bitterness and propagandist undertones stood in opposition to Biden's steadfastness. Headlines from Putin deluded as ever to Biden parries Putin charge could be seen everywhere today. As much as the Warsaw visit is an important milestone, much of the press attention was directed towards the issue of global nuclear security. Yesterday, Vladimir Putin announced that Russia was suspending its participation in the New START treaty, a treaty that, I quote, was the last treaty signed with the U.S. with the purpose of limiting the number and deployment of long-range nuclear missiles, warheads, and launch platforms by both nations. What everyone is now focusing on, quite rightly, is how much of a threat could Russia pose now that it removed itself from actively taking part in the initiative. One comment that particularly stood out came from the Financial Times, which called the president's two veteran leaders schooled in the Cold War whose legacies might be defined on the battlefields of Ukraine. No doubt President Biden's visit to Warsaw was a historic moment that will determine the shape of the conflict in Ukraine in days, weeks, perhaps even months to come. We can expect more as the UK is looking closely at the Bucharest 9 summit today, where leaders discussed more regional defense and aid. From London for TVP World, Claudia Czerwinska.
US President Joe Biden has returned to the United States from Europe, and the aim of his trip was to reaffirm US support to Ukraine and the eastern flank of NATO. The US President returned to his home country on Wednesday night. During his trip to Europe, which began on Monday, Biden made a surprise visit to Ukraine's capital Kyiv, where he met with Ukraine President Volodymyr Zelensky. Then he traveled to Poland's capital, Warsaw, for talks with Polish President Andrzej Duda and other Polish officials. Before his departure on Wednesday, Biden met with leaders of the Bucharest 9, with the security of NATO's eastern flank topping the meeting's agenda. And that's all the news for now. Thank you for watching, and stay with us for more here on TVP World.
Указ президента Российской Федерации о признании Донецкой Народной Республики.
Лідер фракції тут, голова Офісу президента тут, громадяни суспільства тут, всі ми тут захищаємо нашу незалежність.
Президент Российской Федерации Владимир Владимирович Путин.
Ukraine holds its lines and will never surrender.
И война закончится тогда, когда ваши солдаты или уйдут, или мы их выгоним.
or free people refuse to live in a world of hopelessness and darkness. You know, this has been an extraordinary year in every sense. Extraordinary brutality from Russian forces and mercenaries. They've committed depravities, crimes against humanity, without shame or compunction. No one can turn away their eyes from the atrocities Russia is committing against the Ukrainian people. It's abhorrent. It's abhorrent. So tonight, I speak once more to the people of Russia. The United States and the nations of Europe do not seek to control or destroy Russia. The West was not plotting to attack Russia, as Putin said today. And millions of Russian citizens who only want to live in peace with their neighbors are not the enemy. This war is never a necessity. It's a tragedy. President Putin chose this war. Every day the war continues is his choice. He could end the war with a word. It's simple. If Russia stopped invading Ukraine, it would end the war. If Ukraine stopped defending itself against Russia, it would be the end of Ukraine. That's why together we're making sure Ukraine can defend itself.
Russia's all-out attack on Ukraine in February 2022 triggered a strict new series of sanctions from the European Union, the United States, and other countries. In addition to export control, the sanctions included restrictions on Russia's coal and oil exporters, financial industry, business, and political individuals. In total, since Russia's initial invasion of Ukraine in 2014, it has become the most sanctioned nation in the world. Russia's expenditures on the war are rising rapidly. Military spending in 2022 was anticipated to reach the equivalent of $47 billion. Though the actual budget after the start of the war was classified, military expenditure may have exceeded 5% of GDP, the most since the collapse of the Soviet Union. A warm winter and a looming recession in some Western countries have helped make the sanctions against Russian exports work. Failing to freeze Europe, Moscow lost its main gas market in 2022 and was forced to redirect investments eastwards. As many as 67% of Russian businesses have switched to Chinese companies for machinery and equipment. Just 39% of firms have been able to find Russian substitutes for parts no longer being supplied by the West. But how long can it last? In 2023, the Kremlin will have the necessary funds to finance military expenses. However, the pressure of sanctions creates great difficulties for the Russian state machine, and costs will almost certainly be shifted to the population and businesses.
Hello again, this is TVP World, I'm Rafał Tomański. US President Joe Biden's visit to NATO's eastern flank shows that Biden recognizes the shifting balance of power in the EU. On his way to Poland, he simply flew over Paris and Berlin, writes the Warsaw correspondent of Die Welt. Do French elite change their mind regarding the war in Ukraine? To know more about this, we are joined by Stefan Włodarczyk, journalist and historian.
Hello.
Hello, Stefan. Good to see you. And at first, I would like to know your opinion. Years ago, we've heard that Barack Obama administration, the former US president, wanted to make a pivot to Asia, declared by the chief of diplomacy several years ago. And currently, are we witnessing another pivot of American policy, this time to sea countries, maybe to free seas initiative?
Well, probably, but first of all, we have to say that it's forced by the context, the geopolitical context. There's a real shift, I would say a paradigm shift that is on the move in Western Europe, you have to look at France as maybe a lighter version of Germany if it comes to this change of stance towards Russia. Of course, France historically had a certain, a certain link with Moscow. For the most part, this link was more in the imagination, was a kind of myth, to be honest, than true. Well, there was some business being done. We still remember France trying to sell even military boats to Russia, which in fact didn't happen then, but it gives us an idea from what is our starting point if it comes to the relation between the French government and Russia. Now, of course, many things have changed, and France had to align on the Western and the American policy towards Ukraine. But if it comes to France, there was not much choice and not that much regret, because in the last years, I wouldn't say that the public opinion was very much supportive of the Russian government and doings.
How should we interpret Emmanuel Macron, President of France, words? He said recently that, of course, he wants to see Ukraine victorious over Russia, but does not support those who want to cripple Russia totally.
Well, in my opinion, it's difficult to understand what exactly Emmanuel Macron is saying, because he's trying since the beginning of the war in Ukraine to maintain the traditional French geopolitical position between the US and Russia. Traditionally, since the times of de Gaulle, you have to remember that de Gaulle was the first leader of a Western nation to recognize, for example, communist China. So France had imagined herself after the Second World War, after the Yalta era, as a power that would sit just in the middle between the US and Russia. Of course, in the middle, still being on the side of the West, that was the meaning of the Cold War. France was still on the Western side. But you know very well there has been these tendencies. So now when Macron tried to say that he wants Ukraine to win, but he doesn't want Russia to lose, or otherwise, honestly, myself, I'm getting losing in it. I understand that he wants to maintain a different position towards Russia than the one that is shared between the US and Poland or Great Britain at the moment, what we would call at the moment the nucleus of NATO. But I have doubts if it is understandable, because it's war, so you are either on one side or the other. And in the end, France is still giving its support to Ukraine. We can enter in the details if it comes to the support, but it's maybe not the most important, but it's very significant still. 2 billion euros have been told about in the government bilateral aid to Ukraine. So $2 billion is not something that is completely, insignificant, but France is a little bit on the back of this aid. You know, the figures, it's not like the first supporter, far from that.
So maybe we should understand President Macron as using this historical momentum to diminish German influence in Europe.
You know, there were little signs of this at one moment. I could even perceive it in the journalist commentaries in France, that there was a moment of, of doubt about the policy that was, in fact, led by Germany towards Russia for so many years. Not that French elites didn't accompany it, fully understanding what they were doing. That's my opinion, but there was this doubt. On the other side, we have to remember that the will of France and the might is not exactly the same. France is, at this moment, not the European country that is in the best shape economically. It has its own problems, its in sphere of influence. Look at Africa. I'm not astonished that the French army is not able to send more military equipment to Ukraine when I hear that heavy tanks in the French army that are disposable are around 200 in the total. So probably France is doing what it can, and anyway, it had to change its views on Russia, especially that you have to understand, I talked about it in the beginning a little bit, that Russian influence in France is quite important on both sides of the political scene. On the far right, we can perceive the influence on the political group of Le Pen, but traditionally on the far left, the communists, and what came next on the far left, always you can perceive that there's even, what is pro-Russian will be pro-Palestinian, anti-Israeli, and even anti-Semitic. So you have these schemes typical of Russian propaganda that are at work in France.
Or maybe, Stefan, simply as that the French are afraid of having Germans remilitarized because they remember the history.
Of course, the French have this natural reaction not to be that much reassured by the idea of having a strong German military, but in fact they are asking themselves more questions about their own military. To be honest, President Macron is one of the first presidents in the last 15 maybe years who have stopped French army of being, left without any more budget. So there's clearly, be that on the military themes or the energy, like the nuclear production of electricity in France. I think at this moment, French government, the French elites are, starting to understand that their traditional position in the middle between the US and Russia, very close to Germany, that's leadership has failed, and this is very clearly said in Paris loudly. This leadership has failed. So France, in fact, Paris is looking for a new diplomatic position that is in the making, in my opinion.
But of course, we have to remember that in the end of 2022, President Macron was very cordially welcomed by President Joe Biden during his official visit in the United States. Let's move on to another topic, Africa. Maybe the African countries are more important for French government than some distant war in Ukraine.
I wouldn't say they are more important. They are, funnily, seem to be a totally different subject than the war in Ukraine, but they are not. We still remember that during his even last visit in Moscow before the war started, when Emmanuel Macron was still trying to do some things for it not to happen. And I remember well, there was a French journalist then asking Vladimir Putin about African countries. Is the Wagner group present there? Nowadays, we know they are there. There are two countries from which the French military has agreed to leave. It's Mali and Burkina Faso. So I would say that the political position of France in the middle of this Western Francophone Africa is quite bad. But it seems as well that it's mainly the Russian propaganda's effect, because, of course, French forces maybe were too weak and maybe didn't realize their mission to fight the Islamist rebellion in the region. It's hard to say because it's a long... Did America, was America able to do it in Afghanistan? Not too much as well. So it's a difficult mission always, this kind of fight with Islamic militias. But in the end, it's the only thing that we can say is that it weakens France for sure. So if you have France weakened in Africa by Russia, and there's a war in Europe, I can tell you for sure that the French government is not going to ignore Moscow's policy and what is happening with Ukraine.
And as we head towards the end of the conversation, what is your opinion on the possible approach of French government during the July's NATO summit in Vilnius? towards the membership dream of becoming a NATO member of Ukraine?
I'm not sure that France is the best country to solve our current NATO problem with Turkey, because that's what you're referring, right? To. France has not a very good relationship with Turkey. You have to remember that in the inside of NATO we have this conflict between Greece and Turkey. There's as well on the borders of NATO the Armenian conflict with Azerbaijan, and here France on both of these two conflicts is traditionally more on the side of Greece or Armenia. So don't ask the French to say anything to Turkey about Sweden and Finland. I think that probably there are other members of NATO that would be able to solve this. You didn't heard France talking much about this topic in the last times.
Thank you very much.
Of which I've heard.
Thank you very much for your time and insight. Stefan Włodarczyk, journalist and historian, was our guest. Have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Goodbye.
And of course, much more still to come on TVP World. Stay tuned.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is TVP World. I'm your host, Benjamin Lee, and welcome aboard the Eastern Express. The disputed Lachin corridor in territorial Azerbaijan was blocked in December 2022. Since then, only vehicles of the Russian military contingent and the International Red Cross have been able to pass through. But what they are able to bring to Nagorno-Karabakh, which has been cut off from the world, is a drop in the ocean of needs. As the world's leaders are speaking up for Baku to open the corridor, will the Azeri government budge? Let's take a look at a report.
The UN's International Court of Justice ordered the Azerbaijani authorities to allow Armenia to use the Lachin corridor, which links the country to the separatist region of Nagorno-Karabakh. The Lachin corridor, the only land route between Armenia and Nagorno-Karabakh, has been blocked since December 12, 2022, when demonstrators posing as environmentalists set up blocking tents on the road. The Azerbaijani authorities denied that they had anything to do with the blockade and said the activists were conducting a legal protest against illegal mining activities in the region.
The information available to the court indicates that the disruption on the Lachin corridor has impeded the transfer of persons of Armenian national and ethnic origin hospitalized in Nagorno-Karabakh to medical facilities in Armenia for urgent medical care. The evidence also indicates that there have been hindrances to the importation into Nagorno-Karabakh of essential goods, causing shortages of food, medicine, and other life-saving medical supplies.
Armenian Prime Minister Nikol Pashinyan previously accused the Russian peace forces of failing to perform their duties. According to the 2020 agreement between the nations, they should ensure the security of the Lachin corridor. The request submitted by Armenia to the ICC at the end of December last year stated that Azerbaijan organized a blockade of the only road connecting 120,000 ethnic Armenians in Nagorno-Karabakh with the rest of the world, thus preventing them from entering and leaving the region, and asked to indicate provisional measures regarding the blockade of the corridor. Two wars were fought between Armenia and Azerbaijan for control of Nagorno-Karabakh, which claimed tens of thousands of victims.
And now let's take a look at the issue in greater detail. Armenia was defeated in the war with Azerbaijan in autumn 2020, when Armenian troops had to leave all the territories of Azerbaijan they occupied since the First Karabakh War. Karabakh itself is where Russian troops were introduced as a so-called peacekeeping force. This brought about the beginning of a revision of Armenia's foreign policy, based until then on an alliance with Russia. For a while, Armenia was quite unfavorably regarded as Russia's aircraft carrier in the South Caucasus. Now, however, the tides are shifting between previously close allies. On the 23rd of November, Armenia refused to sign both the final communique of the Collective Security Treaty Organization summit it hosted in Yerevan and the decision on assistance to Armenia over the Karabakh conflict. They claim a lack of assistance on the side of Moscow, especially as Russian troops are still stationed on Armenian territory. Some hope the new year would bring a breakthrough, and let's see how that went. In January 2023, Russia made a demand to Azerbaijan to remove demonstrators blocking the transit road between Armenia and Nagorno-Karabakh, running along the so-called Lachin corridor. Azerbaijan refused to comply with the demand. Yep, that's about it in terms of help from Moscow. Moscow's inaction is destroying the last vestiges of its allies' credibility in Armenia. The Armenian Prime Minister declared his readiness to reach peace with Azerbaijan by the end of this year. Here's to the hope the situation is resolved soon. And now here to shed more light on the issue is Dr. Konrad Zestov from the Faculty of Islam at the Warsaw University. Hello, sir. Welcome to Eastern Express.
Hello.
So, regarding Azerbaijan's decision to step back on demands on Zangezur corridor, what do you think led to this change in position, and what implications do you think it have for the regional stability?
Well, you mean the Zangezur corridor, because we have two corridors in the region. We have to explain it. The so-called Lachin corridor, which is linking Armenia with the territory of the unrecognized Armenian Republic of Nagorno-Karabakh. And the Zangezur corridor is the project or plan to open the communications between Azerbaijan and Nakhchivan, which is a region of Azerbaijan, but without connection to Azerbaijan, because in between there is Armenian territory. So this is about discussion between Azerbaijan and Armenia to open the Zangezur corridor to Armenia, to let Armenia agree for this communication there. And another discussion is about the Lachin, so-called Lachin corridor, so the road between Armenia and Nagorno-Karabakh, which already exists, but since December it's blocked by the Azerbaijani activists protesting against the policies of this unrecognized Armenian Republic regarding the ecological issues. But obviously this is also, or first of all, tool of Azerbaijan to push Armenia to agree for the other corridors. Also, I mean the Zangezur corridor.
Right, and some analysts have suggested that the recent escalation of tensions between Armenia and Azerbaijan could be linked to larger geopolitical factors like Russia's involvement in the region. What's your view on this, and do you think that it might impact the prospect for peace in the region?
Well, yes, of course. So this is the moment, I mean, since the beginning of Russian full-scale invasion in Ukraine, when Russia is preoccupied with war in Ukraine. So now Azerbaijan is able to push for its goals in Nagorno-Karabakh, because Russia is no longer able to meddle in those affairs of South Caucasus, of Nagorno-Karabakh, Armenia, Azerbaijan. So now this is the window of opportunity for Azerbaijan to gain everything what they want in this Nagorno-Karabakh issue without Russians making any problems here.
Right, and well, now we know the broader impact, and geopolitically, I want to go back to the corridors that we were talking about earlier, and because the UN International Court of Justice has only recently ruled that the Azerbaijan must unblock the Lachin corridor that connects Nagorno-Karabakh to Armenia. How do you see this decision impacting the ongoing conflict between Armenia and Azerbaijan? What steps do you think should be taken to ensure that there's a compliance with the ruling?
Well, actually, there are, I would say, two aspects of the, or two dimensions of this Nagorno-Karabakh problem. So one dimension is a diplomatic dimension. So attempts of both sides to find a way to an agreement, peace agreement, and obviously as Armenia sees it differently, this peace agreement, than Azerbaijan, and Azerbaijan differently than Armenia. And the other dimension is what is going on the ground there in Nagorno-Karabakh and surroundings of Nagorno-Karabakh, so the Lachin corridor. So as I said, the Azerbaijan is blocking since December the road, but using not soldiers, not police, but using those civil society activists. So this is a kind of not overt attempt to block Nagorno-Karabakh, and moreover, it's not a full blockade. So some cars are stopped, other cars with humanitarian aid are allowed to enter Nagorno-Karabakh. But of course, the situation is becoming worse and worse for the inhabitants of Nagorno-Karabakh, and we don't know what Azerbaijan actually plans as a solution for this Armenian population. And this is the biggest question asked by Armenia: how you will guarantee safety and normal life for those people Armenian people in Nagorno-Karabakh.
Right, and like you mentioned earlier, the Nagorno-Karabakh region is facing a lot of issues and kind of interesting conflicts. Now, in the context, there's like recent talks between the U.S. Secretary of State and the foreign ministers of both Azerbaijan and Armenia. Do you think there's a chance that they could come to a sort of a peace agreement? And what do you think are the challenges that's facing the efforts into their peace talks?
Yeah, so there is a chance, and obviously the United States, the European Union play a positive role here, trying to find a way for this, to facilitate this agreement. And I think both sides are also interested in the agreement, because eventually this opening of communications in the region, it will help everyone, not only both Armenia, Azerbaijan, but also other neighboring countries. It will have a very positive impact on economy. But obviously, there are hawks in both capitals, in Baku and in Yerevan. On the side of Baku is playing this policy of stick and carrot, so offering something, and but also using a huge stick to threaten Armenia. On the side of Armenia, we have Prime Minister Nikol Pashinyan, who is very much interested in solving this issue, peaceful solution of this issue, but he has also opposition, which is very much interesting in going back to the military way of solution of Nagorno-Karabakh, which is at this moment absurd, because Armenia is much more weaker militarily than Azerbaijan. So for Nikol Pashinyan, it's a very difficult situation, but still I think he's determined to find a common language with Baku.
Right. Isn't there territorial claims that are competing between the two countries in the Nagorno-Karabakh region? And what do you think will be able to kind of smooth over this kind of conflict between the territorial claims?
Well, this is a very difficult solution. So since 1992, all the diplomats are thinking in many countries of the world how to solve this issue. But now what we have now, the picture is that Azerbaijan is militarily dominant in the region. But Azerbaijan has also a problem with finding or having a plan for the positive plan for the Armenian community in Nagorno-Karabakh, and I think this is what now Yerevan demands from Baku, is to listen, to hear this, to have any knowledge about this plan, what will happen with the Armenians in Nagorno-Karabakh. And we still wait for some proposals from Baku. We don't hear them.
Yeah. You mentioned something about the international community also kind of having this headache about the region. And what do you think the international community, maybe outside forces, can do to facilitate sort of a peace talk to happen?
Well, this is again very difficult because if we speak about foreign forces in the region, these are only Russian forces, so-called Russian peacekeepers. Those peacekeepers are not fully recognized by Azerbaijan. So Azerbaijan says there's no agreement for their presence in the region from the side of Azerbaijan. Also, initially, although initially Azerbaijan agreed for the Russians in Nagorno-Karabakh as peacekeepers at the end of the war in November 2020, but now Azerbaijan says that the Russians have to leave the region. Now, of course, there are talks about some presence of some other peacekeepers from the European countries, maybe, but Azerbaijan is totally against any foreign peacekeepers. So obviously, the Russians are probably the less welcome peacekeepers in the region, but they don't want also any other peacekeepers. Obviously, for Armenia, it would be good solution, but there will be tough discussion and a tough discussion on this issue between Yerevan and Baku.
Okay. Thank you so much for all the input and insight. Thanks again for being with us on TVP World. Thank you.
Thank you.
And now we're moving on to the Eastern News Flash, a series of all the latest stories from the East that you don't want to miss. According to Finnish President Sauli Niinisto, Finland and Sweden are moving hand in hand towards NATO accession, but the decision to ratify the applications for both Nordic countries rests with Turkey.
Sweden and Finland applied to join the Defence Pact last year in the wake of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, but Sweden's bid was met with unexpected opposition from Turkey. Ankara has accused Stockholm of harbouring what the former considers to be members of terrorist groups and has demanded their extradition as a precondition for giving Sweden the green light to join NATO. Should the parliaments of all 30 NATO member states ratify the proposal, Finland will join as member regardless whether Sweden's accession is delayed, the Finnish president said, despite the country's ambitions of a joint move.
The International Federation of Journalists, a global organization representing over 600,000 media professionals worldwide, has suspended the Russian unions of journalists from its ranks.
The decision was a response to the Russian Union's recent expansion into Russian-occupied areas of Ukraine, in direct violation of the organization's principles. The Federation president noted that the organization will try to find ways of supporting independent Russian journalists both inside and outside the country. The announcement comes weeks after Finnish, Norwegian, Danish and Icelandic journalists' unions have decided to leave the international body, citing its perceived inaction towards the Russian Union's activities in occupied Ukraine.
The Minsk regime is constantly working to circumvent Western sanctions, the Lithuanian Ministry of Transport and Communications reported after investigative journalists revealed a possible scheme to evade EU sanctions against Belarusian fertilizer producers.
The annual volume of rail freight from Belarus, which before the war totaled some 17 million tons, fell to less than 4 million tons last year. However, the transit of Belarusian fertilizers through Lithuania, suspended last year under EU sanctions, has not stopped. Urea, originating from sole Belarusian producer Grodno Azot, continues to be moved by rail to the Klaipėda bulk terminal, which is partly owned by Belarusian state company Belaruskali. Like Grodno Azot, Belaruskali is subject to EU sanctions. Urea is still ferried by both trucks and trains across the Lithuanian border. As the EU embargo covers Grodno Azot itself and not its products, Belarusian companies not included on the sanctioned business lists have been handling the shipping.
The Georgian ruling party has attributed the spike in immigration observed in recent years to the EU's loosening of its visa regime with the country, downplaying growing concerns that large numbers of people are leaving the country or plan to amid growing economic and political frustrations.
Despite surprising economic growth over the past year, partly resulting from Russia's invasion of Ukraine, the situation remains acute and inflation is still skyrocketing. Housing and food prices are particularly high and have sparked a wave of worker protests. Employers complain that workers prefer immigration over low wages, leading to labor shortages in various fields. The government, blaming global trends, recently tried to introduce reforms aimed at curbing the soaring prices. The package included measures to make medication more affordable. Tbilisi is now pushing for similar reforms to stabilize the prices of imported food, which they claim are sometimes sold at margins as high as 100%. However, according to forecasts, these reforms are unlikely to bring about an overnight miracle or resolve the political resentments that have been pushing Georgians to move abroad for years, posing a serious challenge to the Georgian ruling class.
And that's all in this episode of Eastern Express. But for more news and updates, please stay tuned to TVP World.
Hello, I'm Maciej Mikos and you're watching World News. Tens of thousands of Ukrainian refugees continue to make their way to Poland and have been since the war broke out 1 year ago. One of the places they arrived to is Przemyśl, situated just a few kilometers from the border with Ukraine. Our reporter, Katarzyna Nowicka, is in Przemyśl, where several trains carrying refugees arrive every day.
Nearly 10 million Ukrainian refugees from Ukraine have arrived to Poland since the war began on the 24th of February 2022. And one of these places that they arrive to every day is the train station in Przemyśl. Here, around 2,000 to 2,500 Ukrainian refugees arrive every day in 5 trains from various cities across Ukraine. And they arrive here not only through trains, but also by foot on the Medyka border crossing, which is situated just 14 kilometers away from the border with Ukraine. These people who arrive to Poland first go through customs and passport check, and then are greeted by volunteers who arrive here in groups from the Association of Ukrainians in Poland that help them receive not only any humanitarian aid or medical help that they might require, but also help with translating documents and translating conversations to find out what places they are going to go to next. So the help of these volunteers at places such as the train station in Przemyśl is very crucial. These first moments are usually very scary, very overwhelming, and it's nice to always have a very helpful hand that is ready to help and ready to redirect these refugees either to new places or help them find a place to stay in Przemyśl and any further work that they might need.
That was Katarzyna Nowicka reporting from Przemyśl. Tomorrow will mark 1 year since the beginning of the full-scale Russian invasion of Ukraine. Now, our correspondent Don Allard is currently in Ukraine, Kiev. Don, hello. It seems that after Joe Biden's visit to Ukraine and Poland, more and more countries showed their support for Kiev, also in terms of arms deliveries, as we've learned that Leopard tanks are to arrive soon on the Ukrainian battlefields. Therefore, I'd like to ask you about the morale of Ukrainians. Is there a general feeling that the final victory over the invaders is now much closer than ever before?
Well, yes, obviously. I mean, the major boost in morale as far as, European leaders, U.S. President Joe Biden visiting here, and of course, as more weapons are announced for deliveries for Ukraine, of course, that gives a better feeling. But, even with these latest weapons packages, there are still lots of voices here that say it's still not enough. they're still going to need much more support over the year if they're going to accomplish that goal and push the Russians out. So you do have a mix of opinions, that is for sure. One development today is that the Spanish Prime
2019. Lockheed Martin is expected to deliver them this year. Last May, the Ministry of Defense sent a new request for proposals to the US government for 500 more launchers.
The Dutch Ministry of Defense reported today that its fighter jets had intercepted Russian aircraft approaching the NATO air defense zone in international airspace over the Baltic Sea. Authorities did not specify the exact date of the incident, and the Russian Il-20s were intercepted by Dutch F-35 fighter jets stationed in Poland to monitor NATO airspace. In a similar incident in mid-February, the Dutch Air Force escorted 3 Russian aircraft away from the NATO air defense zone. 8 Dutch fighters have been stationed in Poland for defense and training purposes since the beginning of this month. Poland's Prime Minister Mateusz Morawiecki visited Copenhagen today for bilateral talks with his Danish counterpart Mette Frederiksen. Our correspondent Marek Stil-Zieliński has more.
The Prime Ministers of Poland and Denmark met today in Copenhagen to speak about cooperation in the fields of military security and energy security. The leaders of the two countries also spoke about the efforts of their countries to supply Ukraine with modern weapons and how to support it internationally.
Poland and Denmark have been on the same page from the very beginning of this terrible war in Ukraine. And you have said from day one that you will support our friends and our neighbors in Ukraine as long as it takes. Denmark is at the same position.
Also, Ukraine needs financial support, and this is where the European Commission is doing their part. And I'm going to thank European Commission and Ursula for this, because it is needed for Ukrainian government, which is not gathering taxes these days, to pay salaries of soldiers, nurses, teachers, doctors, and so on.
Poland and Denmark are strategic partners. The two countries managed to open last year in September the Baltic Pipe, a gas pipeline that connects Poland to gas fields in Norway via Denmark. The construction of the pipeline allowed Central Europe and Poland to become energy independent from imports from Russia. Marek Stil-Zieliński, TVP World.
A classical music concert featuring Polish and Ukrainian musicians titled In Solidarity with Ukraine has begun at Warsaw's Grand Theatre National Opera. The purpose of the performance is to show Poland's support for Ukraine, its art and its culture.
An exquisite feast of sound and meaning, the In Solidarity with Ukraine classical music concert organized by Poland's Culture and National Heritage Ministry and the Grand Theatre in Warsaw is a tribute to Ukraine and its brave defenders. The main star of the evening is Youth Academy Symphony Orchestra of Ukraine from the Ukrainian city of Kharkiv. It will join Polish musicians in performing Valentin Silvestrov's Prayer for Ukraine and also other pieces organized on the eve of the first anniversary of Russia's unjustified invasion of Ukraine. For TVP World, from Warsaw, Maciej Jastrzębski.
And that's all the news for now. Thank you for watching and stay with us for more here on TVP World.
German magazine Compact, a mouthpiece of the far-right party AfD, recently published an outrageous article in the spirit of Nazi German propaganda. Its headline read, "Polish Chauvinism," which the authors claimed contributed to the outbreak of World War II. The story includes a number of blatantly false and scandalous statements about Poland during the war. The fact that it was the Germans whose 1939 invasion of Poland resulted in the country's complete destruction obviously goes unmentioned, as does the death toll of the German occupation, which took the lives of at least 6 million Polish citizens. Articles such as these give a better understanding of why Germany continues to deny responsibility for all those losses, all the while ignoring Poland's war reparation claims. These allegations come from a country that, for centuries, has an on-off relationship with Russia. This cooperation brought sinister results on too many occasions. Furthermore, according to the magazine, Poland's alleged chauvinism was directed not just against Germany, but also against the Soviet Union. 3 years ago, Vladimir Putin shamelessly stated that Poland was partially responsible for the outbreak of World War II. The recent article in Compact perfectly complements Putin's narrative. Now, as Russia's all-out invasion of Ukraine enters its second year, member of the AfD opposed weapon shipments to Kiev appear in propaganda shows on Russian TV and renew calls for dialogue with Moscow. The AfD is not a harmless marginal group. The party has dozens of seats in the Bundestag and in the European Parliament. Pro-Russian sentiments are hardly marginal in Germany today. That's why the AfD and its lies can no longer be ignored.
The enemy of the tyrant, and the hope of the brave, and the truth of the ages, freedom. Stand with us. We will stand with you. Let us move forward with faith and conviction, and with an abiding commitment to be allies, not of darkness but of light, not of oppression but of liberation, not of captivity but yes, of freedom. May God bless you all. May God protect our troops. And may God bless the heroes of Ukraine and all those who defend freedom around the world. Thank you, Poland. Thank you, thank you, thank you for what you're doing. God bless you all.
On February 16th, Gunnar Heyson has passed away in Gdańsk at the age of 79. The German author, economist and sociologist held the title of Professor Emeritus at the University of Bremen. Born in 1943 in present-day Poland, Heyson was recognized in the country as an ally of the Polish people and a promoter of the country's positive image. He was awarded the Liberty Award in 2016 and the Polish Courage and Credibility Medal in 2021. Heyson's academic work included creating the theory of youth bulge, as well as an extensive body of publications in demography, history, and economics.
Professor Gunnar Heyson was also a frequent guest on our programs here on TVP World. A brilliant man, an accomplished scholar, always fascinating to talk to. He is now gone, but never forgotten. I'm Jonasz Rewiński. You're watching TVP World, and I'm welcoming you to another episode of World Today. Now, in February 2022, war returned to Europe. With its brutal attack against Ukraine, Russia has proved not only that nothing can be taken for granted, including peace and stability, but also that Russian society has failed to make the transition from the past to the present. Imperial ambitions, the insatiable appetite for conquest, and misguided historical narratives all paint a dark picture of a nation gripped by obsessions. Some people said, it is Putin's war, but would Putin be able to stay in power if his ideas were not shared by a major part of the Russian population, of the Russian society? Today, we will examine how Russia lost its way, and will it ever be able to make it back? Joining us here today are Sergei Yerofeyev, sociologist from the Rutgers University, and Witold Rodkiewicz from the Center for Eastern Studies. Hello, and welcome to TVP World.
Good to be with you. Thank you for the invitation.
Hello, Janusz.
So let us begin our debate here tonight. And let us begin with The most basic question. Witold Rotkiewicz, do you believe that Russia is a country that can ever make it back from the current state of affairs and perhaps rejoin the community of European democracies? Right now it seems like a terribly long way to go, but do you believe that these processes that we're seeing today can never be reversed?
All right. I don't know whether it's reverse or forward, but I happen to believe that Russia and Russian society is capable. I mean, this is going to be a very long and complicated process and very hard one. But I think some things have happened during the late Gorbachev period and early Yeltsin period, when it turned out, well, maybe not suddenly, but it turned out surprisingly to many, that the Russian society somehow imbibed the idea that to rule in Russia you have to have an electoral mandate. And even Putin has to pretend that he has the mandate. Please note, he didn't get rid of elections. He just made the elections into a phony process. But nevertheless, this mandate even is necessary. I believe that and if you look at the fear in the Kremlin or within the ruling elite of the so-called college revolutions, which are basically the phenomena which is, again, to simplify, basically due to the desire of at least part of the population and part of the society, part of the elites, to have some kind of democratic accountability and some kind of democratic possibility to choose, to approve, or at least to reject the government that they find unacceptable. And I think this gene of democratization has been let out of the bottle in Russia in the late 80s, early 90s. It's been pushed with a lot of effort back by the Russian elite, but I think it's going to come out sooner or later.
So hopefully it will, but as you said, it may take years. Now, Sergei Yerofeyev, when looking at the way Putin has been able to stay in power, what has been his secret, so to say? Why has this system been able to survive many moments which might have actually led to the collapse of less established dictatorships or autocracies? In other words, do you believe that this is purely by fear that Putin has been able to stay in power, or are there any other factors that we need to consider when analyzing this phenomenon?
Hello, Jonas. This is a complex issue. And first of all, I would like to agree with Witold that there is nothing absolutely unavoidable or nothing absolutely predetermined in the story of the Russians and its dialectics of democracy. In many ways, we have to remember the Russian society was ahead of the Ukrainian society, undergoing reforms, political and economic reforms, but also trying to develop democratic institutions. And Ukraine started to catch up with Russia only in the 2000s. But you have to remember that one of the greatest weapons, the greatest instrument of the elite, of the mafia core of Putin's rule, is gradual development. So you have to trick the wider population that the things are not radically getting worse. Freedoms and rights were being taken step by step from the entire society, from various segments of society. But that's exactly what was perfectly managed by the mafia core of the Putin's power system, which I have to remind is an amalgamation of corrupt law enforcement and criminal culture in Russia. So that has to be always remembered, that the society has been tricked. Of course, like in any society, in the Russian society, there would be, so to speak, cancer cells. You can find it in Poland, in Germany, in Ukraine. These cancer cells of anti-democratism, plus aggravated by the memory of the imperial past, both Tsarist and communist. So that was a very fertile ground for those who could manage these dialectics very well. And those people really employed the best possible resources, not only financial resources growing in the 2000s thanks to the oil bonanza, but they also picked up certain intellectuals, not Dugin, not imperialists. They had nothing to do with the imperial beliefs, etc. Those were the technologists who helped the mafia core of the Putin system to stay in power forever. One of the tasks was, of course, to turn all the electoral process from a true democratic institution into something veneer. But it's also true that Putin's system cannot endure without some electoral justification.
So Putin is using elections. Putin is using elections as a farce. He is trying to pretend like he has essentially a democratic mandate, which of course isn't true. But still, even if we assume that the existing data has been partially skewed by the way, the methods using which it has been collected, there is still a very significant part of Russian society supporting Putin. Which brings me to my next question. Witold Rodkiewicz, how would you describe Putinism? Is it an ideology? Is it simply a political system which is based on a corrupt power structure with a criminal core, as Sergei Ryofiev just said, or is it something else entirely? How does it compare to other autocracies and dictatorships?
I think that, I don't know whether Mr. Ryofiev would agree with me, but I think it's a very sui generis type of a system. It formed, it crystallized in a very unique historical circumstances. The Soviet system was a unique system in the history of humanity. It was innovative in many ways. And then when it's collapsed, the results were in many ways determined or conditioned by leftovers of the system. If you look at the ruling elite and those people who Mr. Ryofiev described so well as manipulating the Russian society and sort of leading it in a direction that was beneficial to this narrow group of people, they were the product of that Soviet system. They were the lower middle level officials of that system who were schooled in the jungle of the early post-Soviet primitive market economy. And this is where this nexus of former KGB types and internal security types and militia types with criminal elements happen.
Indeed. You're referring to it as a jungle. So
yes.
They were not indoctrinated. They were cynical, they were pragmatic,
exactly.
and they were using the remnants of the system to their own advantage.
You're interpreting my way very correctly, very insightfully. Yes, because I don't think it doesn't have an ideology as such. It is more of a kind of I wouldn't say procedure, a kind of a set of techniques. Yeah? And it's not a coincidence that political technologies, to whom Mr. Ryofiev referred to, played an important role. So this is more a method, a set of tricks, let's say, a technology. Yes, I say it's a technology. But not an ideology. Ideologically, I don't think they believe in anything. They have, but there is a certain, as the Germans would say, Weltanschauung, a kind of a mentality, which really forms the basis of it. The kind of convictions about how the world works, what's the human nature like, what it requires, and how to how to manipulate it. What's the best way to manipulate? And
so
this is the result.
So it's a technique. So Sergei Yerofeyev, this technique has been used to implant something that is not an ideology. It is a set of worldviews, right? Which has been working to Putin's advantage. Do you believe that this places it above or below Soviet communism? Is it more deeply ingrained in the collective psyche and mentality, or is it superficial? Some people were pointing towards, for example, the recent Putin rally, during which people were, of course, waving flags. They were also waving Soviet symbols. But what is important, really, is that after this particular event was over, there were many pictures of people just discarding Russian flags, throwing them into the dumpster and walking away. Some people are saying, well, this is just skin deep. They don't really care. But is it true, or does it require a more profound and complex analysis to understand what's going on?
Thank you, Jonas. Before we interpret events like yesterday's rally, we have to remember that the absolute majority of the population in Russia didn't want this war. It wasn't prepared for this war. Even the totally corrupt or partially corrupt opinion polls conducted by Russian pollsters would show significantly that there is no support of such actions. There is no true imperialist culture, imperialist ideology ingrained in the Russian society. Like everywhere, I have to repeat, maybe a little bit more than everywhere because of the technology, the concept with which Witold agreed, and I see that we don't so far have much debate with him. So thanks to that, of course, that percentage could be pushed up. But the general situation is like just everywhere, or was like everywhere. Now, when you look at what is going on, you can just, if you go beneath the surface, you will see that there is hardly any ideology. But that's talking about the so-called masses. Let's turn back to the elite. This elite, and I use the word mafia, is characterized by a set of technologies, but also certain values. These values, I would put it very briefly, are those of survival, living forever, ruling forever, and living very beautifully, dominating through conspicuous consumption, showing that you are here, the strong man, that you control your domain. And this is the supreme goal of such a culture. This culture is not characterized by any high ideology, but we have to remember that the age of big ideologies of this violent type is already gone. You can remember about global communism, or you can recall Hitlerism and the racial theory. This is well back in the 20th century. What we have now, this can be different kinds of mafia. They can pretend that they're good Catholics. Remember Sicilian mafia. But this is all entirely instrumental. They cannot be better Catholics than other good Italians or Sicilians. And these people are not ideological leaders at all. So what they can do, they can use the huge apparatus of the media, first of all. And it was not accidental that in 2001, Putin first seized the control of NTV and then the rest of independent television. So what happened later, he underestimated the role of the internet. And only when it became a serious threat to him through the activities of people like Navalny, he started a serious crackdown campaign on the online activities and social networks. So
he has thwarted this resistance, right? But that brings me to another question, because you're mentioning the way the elites work, and they are obviously, as you're saying, they want to live a fine life at the expense of ordinary people, and ordinary people can hardly touch even the lowest tier of the wealth that the members of the security apparatus, the state apparatus, have been able to accumulate, with some exceptions, obviously. But what about this, the presence of this fairly ample body of evidence that many ordinary Russians, unfortunately, they hold these anti-Ukrainian sentiments. They do rejoice online, for example, at the victories, if there are any victories, of course, of the Russian army on the battlefield. Where does this come from? Even when you've mentioned Navalny, Navalny was known to have been harboring some fairly unpleasant views, ones that we would have called we would have referred to as unacceptable in Europe, for example. And he was fairly reluctant to say, for example, that Ukraine should receive all of its land back. I think he did recently, but before that he was quoted as saying that Crimea is Russian. So where does that come from?
I have to remind you, Jonas, that in 2014, under house arrest, after the annexation of Crimea just happened, it was even the state media, Lenta.ru, which quoted Navalny that he was strongly against the annexation of Crimea and the violation of the Budapest Memorandum by Russia. So Navalny has always been for peace and cooperation with Ukraine and keeping the boundaries, internationally recognized boundaries of 1991. So there is a lot of misinformation campaign going on, and one of the greatest successes of Mr. Putin and his manipulation machine is to persuade a considerable proportion of Western decision makers and media that he's backed by the Russian people. He's backed by a very tiny minority, which is going down and down. Those people who we're talking about are extremely loud. So in the present situation, when Putin is trying to impose complete totalitarianism on the Russian society, those who are loudly against Ukrainians, whether for money or, genuinely against, and that is even a smaller proportion. So they are given a very huge amplifier. They're everywhere. Those people who support Ukrainians or are just indifferent to the whole thing, they are not given any voice. More than that, they are repressed and can be severely punished. We know already a number of cases when people go to jail for 10 years for just simply saying that this is a war.
That is very true. That is very true. These regulations are extremely stringent, and it is often pretty much impossible to actually voice one's own opinion in Russia without exposing oneself to some sort of punishment. Now, Witold Rotkiewicz, do you think that given the state of the Russian society today, would you agree that there is this silent majority that doesn't really support the war? And also a related question, how can they make their voice essentially be heard if they know that the only alternative to being silent, effectively, is facing imprisonment, or even worse than that? I mean, we remember journalists and opposition politicians in Russia being killed, often in fairly mysterious circumstances. However, it was pretty clear that ultimately this would not have happened without the authorities at least consenting to that. So how do these people how are they supposed to act in these circumstances?
Well, I think that this is a bit more complicated than just fear. I think there is a very, I would say, a kind of a very long-term manipulation that occurred. That was the attitudes are the product of in some ways of 20 years of very, very sophisticated influence, and because the bottom of all of this, I think, is or part of it, important part of it, is a conviction that Russia is a victim in all of this. And I think to some extent the state propaganda managed to persuade many people that Russia is actually under attack. That Russians are, yes, and there is an appeal to solidarity, to national solidarity. There is this image created that the Russian speakers who are in Ukraine were the subject of genocide, that the West is out to destroy Russia, and it's been always like that. And I think there is this, and this is a problem. This ties in with a type of mentality which sees the world in a very, let's say, Darwinian terms, and it's a part of the remains of the Soviet worldview, which is also very Darwinian. It's always about the struggle of the classes and survival.
Recurring pattern.
So it's a kind. So the people and they also within the Russian society. I think these relationships tend to be between various groups tend to be quite brutal. So the world is brutal. It's a dangerous place. So it's a good thing.
So cult of strength. Right. We need a strong leader who is going to. Yes.
Maybe he is not. But what would happen without him? And there's also, I think, a very deep fear of instability, and that's of long-term long-term history. But also memory of the collapse of the Soviet Union and of the early 90s.
So the chaos,
the chaos, so I think the bottom of it is a conviction that things are bad, but they could be worse, and there is no. And this authorities were the Putin regime was very effective in it, destroying completely any possible alternative that could be better and that could see like a practical, possible, realistic alternative.
So they achieved a lot of this sort of process of brainwashing. Because we're unfortunately slowly coming to an end, I want to ask one question to Sergei Yerofeev. Do you think that this process that Witold Trotkiewicz has just described is the reason why Russians who escape from the clutches of the regime, they settle in Western countries where they have no fear of being persecuted anymore? Of course, unless they have families back in Russia. But let us assume that some of them are completely free to do what they want. But many of them don't really hold any sort of protests against Putin. They choose not to become involved. Why is that so? Do you think this could be the reason?
Well, Jonas, this is only partially true, maybe more than partially true, because right tomorrow and the day after, there will be anti-war and pro-Ukrainian rallies of just Russians all around the globe. More than in 100 locations, from A to the last letter in the Russian alphabet, from Australia to Japan. So it's not true, but there are certain processes which take time. And there are many Russians who are abroad and quite active, but there is only one political force, something which is capable of organizing, and it's already starting to organize Russians both abroad, but even more back home, and that's Navalny's movement, that's the Anti-Corruption Foundation. And I am happy to see that there are other opposition leaders like Kasparov, Khodorkovsky, and some others, but it will take some time. Right now, not only abroad, but where it is much more dangerous, when you can be arrested just for raising a blank piece of paper and individual picket.
Oh, indeed, we've seen that. It did happen.
Yeah, while there can be crowds and 200,000 gathered despite all the declared COVID restrictions. So in that situation, Navalny's team is now organizing underground movement. So there are certain things which can be done already now, but everything will be decided, most of things will be decided by the situation on the battlefield. And when Putin will have to eventually pull out of Ukraine, there will be a very significant change of the elite moods. And that will be a new dialectic between the popular moods and the readiness people of ordinary Russians to act, because the majority never wanted this war. And the majority, the absolute majority, never wanted this war. And that majority is now scared to death. So, and there will be new dynamics, and the Russians in diaspora will become even more active.
So we have an idea how this could work in the future. Unfortunately, it all hinges upon events which are still uncertain, namely Putin's defeat and the ultimate collapse of the regime. And we unfortunately cannot be sure when and how this is going to happen. But hopefully at that point, the West will be ready and willing to help those few dissenting voices in Russia which are active to become amplified, so that the silent group of people that haven't been active so far will actually be able to step forward. But until then, naturally, we still have to contend with the fact that the regime is out there and that it has very dangerous and hostile plans for Ukraine and perhaps beyond. Witold Rutkiewicz, Sergei Yerofeev were our guests today here on TVP World. Thank you very much for joining us and taking part in our discussion.
Thank you. It was a pleasure.
And you're watching TVP World. Stay with us for more latest news and updates.
Hello and welcome to TVP World. You're watching another edition of Military Mind, bringing you news from the front lines. I'm your host, Benjamin Lee. Russian troops have been continuing their ground attacks across the front line in the Donetsk region and secured marginal territorial gain around Bakhmut. Moscow has also been trying to increase the pace of offensive operations along the Kupiansk-Liman line. Northeast of Kupiansk, Russian forces have reportedly conducted reconnaissance and sabotage operations on the Ukrainian-Russian border. Moscow's troops remain focused on defensive operations on the eastern bank of the Dnipro in the Kherson region and in Crimea. In the Crimea area, the Luhansk region, the Russians managed to open a short-lived breach in Ukrainian defenses. However, the Russian effort was met with a swift response from the Ukrainians' regional governor, Serhiy Haidai, posted on Telegram that Ukrainians destroyed some Russian equipments and eventually held their positions. Soldiers of the 3rd Separate Assault Brigade's 2nd Battalion are hard at work defending their assigned sections of the line, but it's not uncommon for them to move to offensive operations as well. During a recent assault on enemy positions, they scored some ammunition supplies from the dead enemy. In the Crimea area in the Luhansk region, the Russians managed to open a short-lived breach in the Ukrainian defenses. However, the Russian effort was met with a swift response from the Ukrainians. Regional Governor Serhiy Haidai posted on Telegram that Ukrainians destroyed some Russian equipment and eventually held their positions. Soldiers of the 3rd Separate Assault Brigade's 2nd Battalion are hard at work defending their assigned sections of the line, but it's not uncommon for them to move to offensive operations as well. During a recent assault on the Russian positions, they scored some ammunition supplies from the dead enemy.
Робим потече радійки і работаем согласно инструкции. Гайда, пацаны. Трохи, блядь, наляг. Вона не пуста, да? Не пуста, вона отстріляна. Ні, ніхуя. Диви, який трофей, блядь. Заебись, це АТшка, блядь. Я ж ти прошу, блядь. Давай. О, калаші, блядь. Ти що стріляй по українцям, скоти. А вони стріляли по нам. Цей теж стріляв по нам колись. А це він по мені гранати кидав. Да.
The tally of Ukrainian armed forces attack drones has grown by 8 dead and 2 wounded after the Russians launched a failed attack on the positions of one of a Ukrainian unit. The UAV operators quickly moved to attack one group of the enemy, and the next group that went in to reinforce the faltering attack was also hit by a kamikaze drone. The soldiers of the Special Forces of Ukraine reminded the Russians that they have the means, the skills, and the desire to destroy them wherever they meet them. The work towards victory continues. Now let's take a look at a video dedicated to the memory of a T-80 gunner, Sergeant Roman Nikonchuk, from one of the bravest tank crews of the war.
Тільки смерть чекає.
То не литаври б'ють, то серце в грудях. Не в дзвонах лаври, тут вся сила в людях. Злітають черепа від булави. Всі ординці поховались, бо батько йде на ви. Військо тримає небо хоругвами. Гарійські лицарі вже йдуть за вами. Яка б не сунула орда щурів, з нами сили світу і боги всіх наших пращурів.
Задохнуть, сонце сходиться, земля воїнів родить, хай сміливих смерть обходить, гуляй дике поле, ворог сунеться без перестану, і з землі прадіди повстануть, і затягне на той світ враже наше дике поле.
Нащо дивитися очан ворожці? Поляжуть всі від меча запорожців. Знову набігла чорна хмара, терни перемелю боя породу вільних характерних. На всіх чужинців тут чекає згуба. З Чорного моря дістає Нептун свого тризуба. Навіки всім легенда показова, і ще покаже свою міць полк Азова.
Задохнуть, сонце сходиться, земля воїнів родить, хай сміливих смерть обходить, гуляй дике поле, ворог сунеться без перестану.
In the next video, you'll see another installment of the heroic struggle of a soldier from the 22nd Separate Mechanized Infantry Battalion, nicknamed Predator. His story has captured hearts and minds all over the world. In Ukraine, you can sign a petition calling for him to be decorated for bravery. Dear Commander-in-Chief and the Ukrainian people, we have all seen the footage of Predator stopping the Russian attack almost single-handedly. He is a true hero of Ukraine.
Посматривай, в ТР. Да, я на приеме. Да в ТР-ку выглядим, посмотри, что происходит.
Смотри, Руся, если закончились гранаты, закончилась вся хуйня, оттягивайтесь, Алекс, принял.
Принял плюс.
Наказ бригадира.
Принял плюс. Долго вас ждать? Ну, подкрепление. Что у меня здесь? Осколок?
Подкрепление выехала Бэха, сейчас воздух.
А? Алекс, выйди на связь. Алекс, вы сможете прикрыть его, чтобы мы отступили? Алекс, прикрыть нас сможете, чтобы мы отступили?
Блять, я вас зацеплю, хуй его знает, пацаны, я не знаю, что блядь, вы выйдете. Алекс, возбуждайте типа с пола, просто закидывайте туда нахуй.
Алекс, мы будем отступать, берем с собой туда автомат.
Нет, я ничего не знаю.
Повтори. Минус, закончили гранаты, все позаканчивалось, ебать. Ну, мы не можем вести бой, ты понимаешь?
Брама, я готов.
Общайся с этим, блядь. Чуешь? Еще дай. Да другой дай, сука! Который в углу. В углу, нет. В углу. Вот там в углу есть короб. Там 2 короба было, дай один.
Я два, ты там.
В углу. Где второй?
Он только что за детей.
Прикрывай, пожалуйста. Они могут сейчас пойти, понимаешь?
And ending on that footage, we conclude this edition of Military Mind. But for more news, updates, and commentary, please stay tuned to TVP World.
Hello, this is Maciej Mikos welcoming you to World News. The situation on the Ukraine battlefields remains difficult. Ukrainians continue repelling attacks as the world wonders whether Russia will launch a stronger offensive. TVP World correspondent of Untitled is in Lviv to tell us more.
When I asked here how the people feel about the one-year mark of the full-scale invasion approaching, we got a bunch of mixed feelings from the people of Lviv. Some are proud of their boys, it's how they call the Ukrainian armed forces. On the other, people are worrying for their future. They don't know what tomorrow might bring. Some reports were saying that Russia is preparing another mass missile attack for tomorrow. So definitely we got mixed feelings. Let's now take a look at some of the responses we got here on the streets of Lviv.
I think all Ukrainian people have already used to this situation because somehow people have to live, have to maintain their lives. But we hope for better.
I feel like it's a long time past since the war started, and I wish people would talk more about that. And just because it's anniversary, it doesn't change anything because it's still happening and it's still a big, dramatic change for a lot of people.
I don't want this in my country. It was always like this horror of TV, like other wars like Afghanistan or Iraq. It was very far away and we had peace here.
What is sure is that everyone here hopes that this anniversary will be the last one and that war will end quickly and people can get back to their normal lives. People's lives have changed dramatically in that year, and that's why they hope that tomorrow might be better. They're looking with hope at tomorrow because they can see that they're not alone. With new visits with the Prime Minister of Spain today in Kyiv, they can see that the world is with them, and that's why some of them are hopeful, but definitely no one will be celebrating tomorrow.
That was Ovidiusz Niczea reporting from Lviv. Tens of thousands of Ukrainian refugees continue to make their way to Poland and have been since the war broke out 1 year ago. One of the places they arrived to is Przemyśl, situated just a few kilometers from the border with Ukraine. Our reporter Katarzyna Nowicka is in Przemyśl, where several trains carrying refugees arrive every day.
Nearly 10 million Ukrainian refugees from Ukraine have arrived to Poland since the war began on the 24th of February 2022. And one of these places that they arrive to every day is the train station in Przemysl. Here, around 2,000 to 2,500 Ukrainian refugees arrive every day in 5 trains from various cities across Ukraine. And they arrive here not only through trains, but also by foot on the Medyka border crossing, which is situated just 14 kilometers away from the border with Ukraine. These people who arrive to Poland first go through customs and passport check, and then are greeted by volunteers who arrive here in groups from the Association of Ukrainians in Poland that help them receive not only any humanitarian aid or medical help that they might require, but also help with translating documents and translating conversations to find out what places they are going to go to next. So the help of these volunteers at places such as the train station in Przemysl is very crucial. These first moments are usually very scary, very overwhelming, and it's nice to always have a very helpful hand that is ready to help and ready to redirect these refugees either to new places or help them find a place to stay in Przemysl and any further work that they might need.
That was Katarzyna Nowicka reporting from Przemysl. Wounded Ukrainian soldiers are undergoing treatment abroad. One of the soldiers who had both his legs amputated is being rehabilitated in the US.
Western aid to Ukraine extends not only to arms supplies. Wounded Ukrainian soldiers are receiving treatment abroad. One Ukrainian soldier is undergoing rehabilitation in order to get back into the fight.
Despite the injury, despite everything I have to endure, I am coming back to the army. I am coming back to fight. I will fight side to side with my comrades.
Another fighter has received a prosthetic arm after losing the limb in a mortar attack. His injury makes him unable to rejoin combat.
I'm from the Vinnytsia region. I was injured in the Luhansk region, near Makivka, where we were caught under mortar shelling. 5 soldiers were wounded, one of them was killed.
The support of Ukraine's allies takes the pressure off the Ukrainian healthcare system. American specialists, who gained a lot of experience during the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, are able to provide high-quality rehabilitation for the wounded Ukrainian soldiers.
EU leaders are attempting to reach an agreement on the 10th package of sanctions on Russia for its invasion of Ukraine. So far, they have failed to conclude the deal, but discussions are still underway. Ukraine's delegation is pleading for more unity among the bloc's member states with respect to economic sanctions against Moscow.
The 10th package of sanctions against Russia is awaited to be confirmed in Brussels. A deal could be reached as long as the 27 member states overcome differences regarding the ban on synthetic Russian rubber and diamond imports.
Financial sectors, diamonds, nuclear industry and propagandists, and also organizations and companies that were facilitating of deporting Ukrainian children in Russia. So it's very important for us. So that's why we hope that we will see this sanction in 10th package.
No Russian oligarch will be removed from the EU sanctions list for the time being. The ambassadors of the 27 countries decided that at a meeting in Brussels, rejecting Hungary's demands on the issue. But the price for this was an agreement to extend individual sanctions for 6 months, as before, rather than for a year, as sought by a group of countries, including Poland. According to Ukraine's Yulia Sviridenko, Russia, as an invader country, must pay for the destruction in Ukraine.
So on everything that gives revenue to Russian economy and everything that gives power for Russia to keep fighting. So that's why we always say that need to strengthen sanction policy, but because the war is still lasting.
The EU's upcoming 10th sanctions package for Russia will target 11 billion euros worth of goods.
Before his arrival in Poland, US President Joe Biden made a surprise visit to Kiev. In his speech delivered in Warsaw on Tuesday, Biden promised more aid for Ukraine and a greater presence of US troops on NATO's eastern flank. But how was this visit received in the US itself? Our correspondent in Washington, Alex Suminska, has the answer.
The U.S. President Joe Biden is back in Washington, D.C. following his trip to Europe, where he paid a surprise visit to Kyiv, Ukraine, and then went on to visit Warsaw, Poland, where he gave a fiery speech and attended a meeting of the Bucharest Nine. Now, many people here in the United States are saying that this trip has highlighted the leadership role of U.S. President Joe Biden on the world stage as he is preparing to launch his 2024 presidential bid. Now, on the matter of the continuing support for Ukraine, and this is according to Reuters, U.S. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen has said at a meeting of G20 finance ministers in India that the support for Ukraine must continue and that the U.S. is preparing an additional $10 billion aid package for the country. For TVP World from Washington, D.C., Alexandra Semlinska.
The 22nd Parliamentary Assembly of the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe was a stage of an anti-war protest. Dozens of delegates walked out in the middle of the session.
Scores of parliamentarians from Poland, Canada, the United States and other countries walked out of the room to protest the presence of delegates from Russia. Those who stayed unfurled Ukrainian flags and relayed a special message from the Ukrainian delegation.
The time for talking is over. Now it's the time for action. We must stand up for what is right, for what is just, and for the principles that the OSCE was founded upon. We must fight for the memory of the innocent victims and for the safety and security of all people. We must not let these warmongers win. Not now, not ever. Slava Ukraine!
The meeting is taking place 1 year after the Russian full-scale invasion on Ukraine. Almost to the day, 15 members of the Russian delegation are under EU sanctions. This includes Pyotr Tolstoy, deputy chairman of the Russian Duma. Despite sanctions imposed by the European Union and direct protests of some 24 countries, Russian delegation was invited to attend.
And we're moving on now to Paris. The illumination of the Eiffel Tower in support of Ukraine 1 year after the beginning of the war has been inaugurated today. The tower is lit up in colors of the Ukrainian flag. The illumination will last until February 26th. Paris wants to, as stated, reiterate its unwavering support for the Ukrainian people and its willingness to participate in the reconstruction of the country. The inaugurational ceremony of the illumination was led by Paris Mayor Anne Hidalgo. The U.S. Congress has approved the sale of HIMARS launches to Poland. Polish Minister of Defense Mariusz Błaszczak shared on Twitter that the contract will be finalized soon. The move marks another step towards bolstering the security of NATO's eastern flank.
Nearly 2 weeks ago, the U.S. State Department approved the general conditions of the contemplated deal. The transaction is to include nearly 500 HIMARS launchers, most of which will be mounted on Polish-made military vehicles. In addition, an extensive quantity of munitions, including 45 long-range ATA-CMS missiles and more than 1,500 other missiles, will be included. The value of this package is about $10 billion. It still needed an approval from Congress, which was granted on Thursday. Poland ordered 20 HIMARS kits, including 18 combat and 2 training launchers, in 2019. Lockheed Martin is expected to deliver them this year. Last May, the Ministry of Defense sent a new request for proposals to the U.S. government for 500 more launchers.
The Dutch Ministry of Defense reported today that its fighter jets had intercepted Russian aircraft approaching the NATO air defense zone in international airspace over the Baltic Sea. Authorities did not specify the exact date of the incident, and the Russian Il-20s were intercepted by Dutch F-35 fighter jets stationed in Poland to monitor NATO airspace. In a similar incident in mid-February, the Dutch Air Force escorted 3 Russian aircraft away from the NATO air defense zone. 8 Dutch fighters have been stationed in Poland for defense and training purposes since the beginning of this month. Poland's Prime Minister Mateusz Morawiecki visited Copenhagen today for bilateral talks with his Danish counterpart Mette Frederiksen. Our correspondent Marek Stilzieliński has more.
The Prime Ministers of Poland and Denmark met today in Copenhagen to speak about cooperation in the fields of military security and energy security. The leaders of the two countries also spoke about the efforts of their countries to supply Ukraine with modern weapons and how to support it internationally.
Poland and Denmark have been on the same page from the very beginning of this terrible war in Ukraine. And you have said from day one that you will support our friends and our neighbors in Ukraine as long as it takes. Denmark is at the same position.
Also, Ukraine needs financial support, and this is where the European Commission is doing their part. And I'm going to thank European Commission and Ursula for this, because it is needed for Ukrainian government, which is not gathering taxes these days, to pay salaries of soldiers, nurses, teachers, doctors, and so on.
Poland and Denmark are strategic partners. The two countries managed to open last year in September the Baltic Pipe, a gas pipeline that connects Poland to gas fields in Norway via Denmark. The construction of the pipeline allowed Central Europe and Poland to become energy independent from imports from Russia. Marek Stil-Zieliński, TVP World.
And that's all the news for now. Thank you for watching and stay with us for more here on TVP World.
And welcome to TVP World. No, it's not a personal overview mode of Call of Duty or some other PlayStation or Xbox game. It's a reality of Bakhmut battlefield. As Twitter Daily Noel report said, every home in the Bakhmut area is fought for this way. Yeah, some Ruskies on the receiving end of this rocket-propelled grenade. The big Russian offensive, according to Kirilo Budanov, 37 years old head of Ukrainian military intelligence agency, has begun. And it happened some time ago, as he said, talking to Forbes Ukraine, and that's a quote, "The big Russian offensive they talk about is already underway, but the quality of the attack is so low that hardly anyone noticed the attack, of course. Russians have a strategic task, says Budanov, to reach the administrative borders of Donetsk and Lugansk regions by March 31st, end quote. The head of Ukrainian military intelligence confirms that up to 500,000 people have been recruited by Russians, but this huge number of troops was given a tiny part of the previously set goal for 2022, which was to capture Kyiv, Kharkiv, and basically the whole Ukraine. Now, they talk about slicing another piece of land that they are already trying to grab since 2014, for 9 years. That's the context of this political and military disaster that this war criminal regime organized, Russia. Budanov was 34 years old when he became a head of the Ukrainian military intelligence agency. But meet Skiba, he's a drone operator, and he is 23. And his achievements in this war are best described by the number 500, because that's precisely the number of Ruskies eliminated by Skiba from the battlefield with a drone.
When did you start working as a drone operator? 7th of April 2019. All right, so you're essentially a veteran of the drone forces. Yes, a lot of deaths on these hands. Yes, that's cool. I used to count, but I've lost count some time ago. But it's over 500 killed. For real? More than 500? Much more than 500. A lot of snipers take 20 years to learn to hit a target accurately from a distance of 2 kilometers. Here, FLH-23, who destroyed many people with years of experience, didn't see his scope. It's just a hobby.
And it looks like the mood on the other side of the front line is not that high. There is a kind of public brawl between a couple of war criminals. Putin's chef Prigozhin is having issues with war criminal fellow Shoigu and another war criminal Gerasimov. Two of the latter are generals. They cannot decide who is responsible for the overwhelming success of the long-awaited offensive.
In a series of audio messages posted to his Telegram channel in the past 48 hours, Mr. Prigozhin launched his most direct attacks yet against Russian Defense Minister Sergei Shoigu and Valery Gerasimov, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, for allegedly preventing his fighters from getting the ammunition they needed to continue their offensive campaign.
This strange social media mud fight between the high figures of Putin's inner power circle can be a sophisticated deception campaign. That's true, but one cannot exclude it, of course. But it is much more likely that, as everything in Russia, it's just a brutal reality of state that does not work at all. So Prigozhin's soldiers can on one hand shoot the sniper shots at Gerasimov and Shoigu portraits, like this. Which is generally hard to comprehend by a reasonable man, because the whole thing is about the wasting or lack of ammo. So really hard to see a point in wasting ammo just to send a message that more ammo is needed. But Russia, as we all know, is just a state of mind. And on the other hand, Prigozhin soldiers, war criminals, Wagnerists can arrange strange kind of online TikTok dance with Western-made JBL speakers, as in this case. But no matter what they do, the end game is best described by the picture we won't show you in a full resolution, not to have our YouTube account suspended. More Russians attack, more plastic bags, more pictures like this one shared by Prigozhin on his Telegram account, as he claims that is the result of ammunition shortages. Well, how about those dead bodies being an effect of attacking a peaceful neighboring country in the first place? A well-known effect of messing around and finally finding out. According to American Newsweek, quoting Jason J. Smart of Kyiv Post, that's a quote, in a situation where Prigozhin would seek to topple his benefactor, Putin, he would likely need to execute several other steps in rapid succession, end quote. As Newsweek writes, and that's another quote, Prigozhin would likely begin by disposing of any potential opponents to his quest for power. This would include figures such as Shoigu or Chechen leader Ramzan Kadyrov, end quote. Of course, that does not make any difference at all. This regime is a corporation of assassins, as Yuri Felshtinsky wrote in his famous book in 2008. So You shouldn't be misguided. No matter if the state is run by Vladimir Putin, Nikolai Patrushev, Sergei Shoigu, Valery Gerasimov, doesn't matter. Evgeny Prigozhin, doesn't matter. It is still the same Russia, the same imperial state with a simple ambition to kill as many people as possible. So, in order to win this war, there is only one solution and thing to do by the Western countries: send more sophisticated weapons to Ukraine. And speaking of those guys, like Putin, Patrushev, Prigozhin, all of them, others, the only real concern of the West and the whole civilized world should be the location and size of the penitentiary compound where all of them are going to be held while awaiting war crimes trial in the near future. And that's what we are going to talk about on my show. My name is Michał Rachonia. This is Rock On. And we roll it. And our guest tonight is a Polish lawyer, civil servant, Mr. Paweł Jabłoński. He is a Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of Republic of Poland. Welcome back to TVP World. Mr. Minister.
Hello, good evening.
What is the reason for which we've heard, for another time, we've heard words about the war crimes tribunal for war criminals? We've heard that from the President of the United States while he was in Poland. We've heard that from the Polish President on many occasions. What are the chances that this is finally going to happen one day?
Well, it certainly will take time, but it should happen nonetheless. Actions have consequences. Criminal actions should have criminal consequences. There is no question about it. Sometimes this may take years, as the trials for the crimes committed in former Yugoslavia. But we are absolutely certain that those responsible for atrocities in Ukraine organized these crimes, Putin, Shoigu, Lavrov, etc., and also those that are directly responsible, they have to face consequences, they have to be punished. Otherwise, this would send a very bad message also for other dictators, for other criminals around the world.
Mr. Minister, what is the message behind the U.S. President being present in Kyiv and Warsaw to mark the first anniversary of this new phase of war that lasts for 9 years right now?
Most of all, it is a message of unwavering support of U.S. to Ukraine, to Central Europe. There are some voices more and more heard often that everyone is tired, everyone is bored. Even at times we hear about boredom with the war. We have no right to be bored because Ukraine is fighting for its own freedom, its own independence, but it's also fighting for our security and stability in Europe. And the message of the United States, of NATO, of Poland, and all our allies is that we will continue to support Ukraine, and we will continue until victory. There is no other option for us if we want to be safe. Because if we will not stop Russia, if Ukraine will not win this war, Russia will certainly not stop. Russia will continue its attacks. It will continue to inflict terror. It will continue to inflict crimes. And simply speaking, we will never live in peace in Europe again.
However, Mr. Minister, there is a difference in the way that certain states understand Ukrainian victory. We've heard Emmanuel Macron, who said that Ukraine should win this war, but Russia shouldn't be totally defeated. What is the definition of winning this war by Ukraine by Polish state?
It's a return to the states that's in accordance with international law and with internationally recognized borders of Ukraine. That is with eastern part of it, with Donbass, and also with Crimea. We are very clear about this, because if Russia would claim victory, if Russia would claim any territory, they would understand, they would draw one logical conclusion, that it was worth it, that it was worth to attack, it was worth to murder, and that obviously they will be rewarded if they will do it again. So if we want to be safe, Russia must not be rewarded, must not receive any territory, must be defeated in its entirety, which means that it's ousted out of Ukraine and it's not able to attack anyone else. This is victory and this is peace in Europe. Otherwise, there will be no peace because Russia will keep attacking back.
Mr. Minister, while visiting Poland, the President of the United States attended B9 summit, and people may not be familiar with the meaning of the B9. What is this format of foreign policy? What does it mean, B9, and what was the reason for which Poland invited U.S. President to attend it?
The name is derived from the city of Bucharest, the capital of Romania, that together with Poland, it started this format of enhanced cooperation among the 9 member states of NATO, those that joined after 1999 and that are at largest risk of attack from the east. We are living in Central Eastern Europe. We are closest countries of NATO to Russia, and Russia constantly threatens to attack our territory, constantly wages actions of aggressive nature. Even if not direct attack, there are multiple attempts of hybrid attacks against our infrastructural systems. Many countries experienced that in the past. So we understood this, that we need to be better secured and protected. That is why Poland and Romania, together with 7 other countries, started this cooperation, so that NATO is not just a political alliance, but that also it has this full permanent presence of allied forces on territory of Central and Eastern European countries. This is the main purpose of B9 format.
Mr. Minister, Hungary is one of the countries that are located on the eastern NATO flank and is one of the states that is participating in this B9 format. And the attitude of Hungary towards the Russian aggression against Ukraine differs slightly from the position of other states of the region. Yet Hungary was a part of this discussion and was, as I understand, a part of a common broader way of thinking about the result of the summit. What was the reason for which Polish president met Hungarian president ahead of the summit?
Oh, the reason is very simple. If we disagree, even with friends and allies on some issues, we always talk, we always persuade. We don't just agree to the fact that we disagree, but we try to convince them to change their mind. And we are doing it with all our allies, as we did with Germany, for example, when it came to supply of tanks or Patriot systems to Ukraine, and we were successful in that. With Hungary, there is absolutely no secret that there are different perspectives, and we certainly do not appreciate positions of Hungarian government on many matters related to Russian invasion, Russian aggression against Ukraine. But we don't stop talking, we don't stop negotiating, and making diplomatic efforts to change the situation. There are difficulties, obviously, but we are doing our best, as we always do in diplomacy, even with most challenging aspects.
Mr. Minister, speaking of Germany, when we read the German papers after the President Biden's visit to Poland, and when we read the papers and articles in the European media, we can read that the architecture of security policy in Europe, or transatlantic policy in Europe, switched and leans eastwards to Kyiv and Warsaw more than Berlin and Paris. What is your take on this kind of comments?
I don't believe that this is necessarily the most important point. Obviously, we are happy to be playing a leading role, and that there's no question about it that this is happening, even though we would prefer even more that the situation where we wouldn't be forced to do it, because we are forced to do it because of the circumstances inflicted by Russia. But we are obviously doing whatever is possible in this situation to be as active as possible, to be leading to the extent where it's necessary and also beneficial for Poland and for Central Europe. We believe that all European allies should play exactly important role in this case, and we actually are encouraging our partners in Berlin, in Paris, and other European capitals to be even more active. However, if there is some dragging their feet or something like this that is often they are accused of, we are trying to step in if it's necessary, and we will continue to do it because this is about our existential interests. We are under threat. We need to be safe, and if there is any action we can take in order to be safe, we'll always do it.
Mr. Minister, while President Biden was in Kiev, he said that this armored coalition, as we call in our program, provided agreed to provide more than 700 main battle tanks to Ukraine. And this couldn't be done with that number without, finally, the participation of Germany, for example. And as we come back to those articles regarding the switching or leaning the European security policy eastwards, there are also claims that Poland, Ukraine, United States are fully aware that this policy couldn't be fully implemented without Germany, France on board. And it looks like, finally, those states are on board. Your comment on this?
This is very good. And this is indeed true that the situation has improved a lot since the invasion started. I remember in the first days or even weeks, there were some voices in Germany wondering whether to even send anything that's beyond these famous 5,000 helmets. We very well remember that. And the fact that the attitude changed over these last 12 months, this is a good sign. It shows that diplomatic efforts can be effective if we are persistent with them. So we are happy that we managed to help in this, and we hope that this will remain permanent, that this change of policy, that this better understanding of Russian threat against Europe, not just against Ukraine, just against Ukraine, against Europe, not only Central, but the whole European Union. But this perception, this understanding will remain better, will remain better educated and better informed. We have been warning about this for years. We were not always listened to. We were often labeled as Russophobic or even warmongering countries here in Central Europe. To the contrary, we were actually the ones that wanted to prevent war, that wanted to stop this aggressor. We did it. We weren't able to do it because Russia was financed with money for gas and oil. But it's good that right now Europe is drawing conclusions from its own errors.
Mr. Minister, while this U.S. president visit in Central Europe took place, Russia tried to execute a ballistic missile test. The name of this rocket is Satan, and this rocket misfired. When we read the articles or the latest interview by Ukrainian head of military intelligence, he claims that that's true, that 500 troops are gathered around the areas where Russia is running this new offensive, but the quality of this offensive is so low that hardly anyone noticed that this big offensive is underway. What is the assessment of Poland and what is the assessment of NATO Eastern Flank countries of the real military capabilities of Russian Federation after the year of this new phase of war and after those 9 years of war on the east of Ukraine?
The capabilities are still there, even though they are not the best quality. The sheer number of potential soldiers that can be recruited, the sheer number of weapons, even they might be of old types and not sufficient enough. But the numbers matter here. So this can be still dealing a lot of damage. This can be devastating if it's used on such a large scale. However, if we are talking about this, we also need to reflect on how effective our sanctions policy was. And we are of a very critical approach here, that some sanctions are not sealed enough, are not tight enough. It should be more devastating. But in terms of technological sanctions, in terms of denying Russia access to the most advanced technologies and also limiting its ability to produce the most advanced weapons, this was to a very large extent successful. The fact that they are not able to produce very effective weapons at very large scale is one of the effects of the sanctions that were imposed. And this is a proof in itself that the sanctions policy must continue if we want to have this war won by Ukraine.
Mr. Minister, my final question. You are active online, so you surely follow all the tweets regarding the war in Ukraine. So you must remember a series of memes with a simple question and two pictures on a meme. One question and one picture is the picture of a guy asking another one. Is that true that 20 HIMARS systems changed the outcome of the war in Ukraine? And the answer on the another picture is yes, that's true. So as we are Poland, we would like to buy 500. The decision was made today by United States. What is the reason why we are buying, well, 500 HIMARS systems, the number that is unmatched by any other military force in the world?
Because we want to be safe, because we want to be protected. This is a defensive system. It's a system that is able to protect our skies from potential rocket attacks or air attacks. And we want to be secure. We live next to a very aggressive country. We would wish that this country would someday become a responsible and predictable member of the international community, but this is very unlikely as of today. So we need to be prepared. These numbers might seem large, but Russia is a very large country. It has ability to rebuild its capacity, even though it's been also very much damaged during this war. But we need to think forward. We need to be prepared for the worst if we want to avoid it.
Mr. Minister, thank you very much for your time or presence on TVP World. See you soon, hopefully.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Ladies and gentlemen, and we come back with this show on Monday. Stay safe.
September the 1st, 1939, marked the beginning of one of the most tragic periods in the history of Poland. The beginning of Germany's unprovoked invasion, followed by several years of relentless and deadly oppression. This was a war unlike anything seen before. The ultimate goal, to completely eradicate and destroy Poland's culture, national identity, and everything Poland stood for. The German plan was a failure, but the scale of destruction was beyond human comprehension. After Germany's attempt at the total annihilation of Polish citizens, cities, and cultural heritage, the call for war reparations was completely natural to anyone who witnessed the countless atrocities committed on the civilian population. Every Polish family saw their livelihoods turned to rubble. None of them have seen justice.
I think that the arguments regarding the moral aspect of the reparations stem from the nature of the occupation, which wasn't just a simple military operation with strict military goals. Its essential purpose was to exterminate a large part of the Polish nation. The idea was to reduce Poles to the role of slaves working for the master race.
Today, no one has any doubts about the pure evil of German war crimes against the Polish nation, not even Germans themselves. Similarly, there should be no doubt when it comes to reparations for those crimes under international law. Even though Germany's machine of death and destruction was stopped in 1945, Berlin has evaded responsibility for its actions to this day. The issue of war reparations was decided during the Potsdam Conference on the 2nd of August 1945, when Allied leaders met with Joseph Stalin and German officials to seal the fate of the post-war world. The decisions were made over the heads of Poles, who were abandoned by their Western partners and ended up under the boot of the Soviet Union.
Poland was never a state or party, any agreement, peace agreement or any other bilateral agreement with Germany on the reparation issue. So this is quite a strange situation that after the war we don't have any bilateral agreement with Germany.
In contrast to the convoluted nature of most legal disputes, the case of war reparations for Poland is rather straightforward. When two sovereign states agree to something, they both need to be part of a bilateral deal. Poland was never a signatory of any documents concerning war reparations from Germany. Counting all the damages, loss of land, and the deaths of more than 5 million of its citizens, it was estimated that Poland should have received around $576 billion in today's money. Germany paid the equivalent of 89 billion euros in World War II compensation to its own citizens and only 65 billion euros to all non-German nationals. Polish slave laborers and surviving victims of medical experiments received only 150 euros each. 89 billion euros for Germans, 150 euros for their Polish victims. Someone may say that it was German citizens who were compensated the most for the war they brought upon the world. Yes, exactly the same people who voted for Hitler, who greatly supported the war, and who ran the war itself and the death factories. They were compensated the most for their war efforts.
We're talking about the reparation, human rights, rule of law, democracy. So we should see this conflict, this issue, as a global issue, not issue only between Poland and Germany.
After the war, Poland never renounced war reparations from Germany. It is, in fact, still waiting. There is no statute of limitations on war crimes, no matter when they happened or where they were committed.
As a rule, crimes against humanity do not have a statute of limitations. I believe that the murder of 5 million Polish citizens fits the description, but I'm sure that there will be some quote-unquote great lawyers who will say that it wasn't a big deal after all.
The Polish government assembled a special team of analysts and legal experts to write a report estimating Poland's total losses at the hands of Germany and the amount of reparations Berlin still owes the Polish nation. Their report provides exhaustive evidence for the atrocities committed by the Germans on Polish soil. Their research makes it abundantly clear. The question isn't if, but when will Germany pay for the damage, the pain and the suffering it brought upon the Polish nation during World War II.
Hello and welcome to TVP World. You're watching another edition of Break the Fake, where we debunk fake news and examine false narratives. I'm your host, Benjamin Lee, and let's get rolling. Wang Yi, Beijing's chief diplomat, said in a conversation with Vladimir Putin that China and Russia are two champions of international peace and stability. In other parts of the world, a statement like that, uttered just days before the Russian invasion of Ukraine, turns one would be considered absurd. Beijing knows that, but still chooses to push ahead, fully aware of how that may damage its reputation, but calculating that at this point in time, supporting the Kremlin regime is more important. U.S. analysts believe that China is already sending dual-use equipment to Russia, ostensibly civilian. It might be used for military purposes. Replacement and spare parts for jets are but one example. Beijing is also doing little to hide the fact that it has increased the volume of oil and gas orders from Russia, helping Moscow make up for the income lost due to sanctions. Kremlin is putting pressure on NATO, draining its military resources and forcing staggering investment in the armed forces. Putin is obviously doing it at a very high cost to himself and to the Russian economy, which might end up collapsing. Should that happen, will Beijing help Putin? If it does, it will likely be a rehash of Beijing's African operations. Come in, take over the infrastructure, take over the finances, and install a puppet at the top. Colonialism and conquest with debt instead of guns. Putin's disposition during his meeting with Wang is more proof that China might be the Kremlin autocrat's last resort. Known for sitting across a very long table from his guests, Putin made an exception for the Chinese envoy and close enough to Wang that they could easily shake hands. We can see just how pressing Russia's isolation is becoming in the works of the Kremlin's propaganda mouthpieces. Take a look at a clip from Olga Skabieva's show.
Все типа против нас. Вот и вам Мюнхенский сговор ровно такой же, какой он и был, когда они делили Польшу. А сейчас они делят там Российскую Федерацию, собираются делить. Ага, давайте, удачи вам, ребят. Поэтому мы должны точно понимать, что у нас есть союзники, надо их выстраивать. Мы вот там, надо антиамериканскую линию готовить, оборонную линию. Именно так, там, всех их, ну вот БРИКС мы делаем. Но он какой-то вот пока такой неяркий, понимаете. Надо делать его жестким, понятным, что и эта конструкция будет вам противостоять, если она готова противостоять.
Простите, союзники США, Индия, например.
Ну, если это так, значит, надо другое что-то делать, чтобы они готовы были вступать в это дело. Ну, понимаете, ну, потому что, ну, мы можем, конечно, одни, это так. Но если очевидные у нас союзники вырисовываются в виде Китая и Ирана, почему мы должны от них отворачиваться?
Тут надо понимать, что многие прямо сейчас занимают выжидательную позицию. Как только у нас начнет по-настоящему получаться, тогда и поедем.
Поэтому завтрашнее послание для меня, оно будет ключевым. И я думаю, все должно измениться. Все должно измениться. Да, мы хорошо работаем. Ну вот в этот год работали, если мы воюем одной левой, у нас все хорошо. Но если мы говорим о том, что мы действительно начинаем вести боевые действия, слушайте, но все-таки падение там ВВП, оно есть, там больше. Дальше наращивание военно-промышленного комплекса, объединение в одно союзников, которые у нас есть, это даст возможность нам выйти совсем на другой уровень, что нам сейчас крайне необходимо.
Russia is working on a plan for the internal destabilization of Ukraine to make up for its military defeat. To this end, Russia has been using self-styled experts in domestic and international outlets to promote the idea of Ukraine handing over the territories of Donetsk, Luhansk, and Crimea in return for Russian withdrawal. Secretary of the National Security and Defense Council of Ukraine, Alexei Danilov, revealed the existence of these plans in an article penned for Ukrainska. Danilov said, quote, internal destabilization of Ukraine out of a complete military defeat and the collapse of the Putin regime. To do that, the Kremlin must inject the public opinion with a deadly virus, the idea of compromise. But the plan hinges on Ukraine agreeing to hand over the territories of Donetsk, Luhansk, and Crimea to secure an end of the war. The Kremlin has been working the idea in two directions and counting on the exhaustion of Ukraine and its partners, as well as election season in the US and Europe, worsening economic downturn, and growing need for Russian natural resources. According to Danilov, Russian envoys threaten and persuade their international counterparts that peace in return for territory is the best way out of the war. Danilov expects that the self-styled Ukrainian experts will soon start promoting the idea that peace is necessary, that the West is getting ready to betray Ukraine, and that the east of the country, along with Crimea, is populated by separatists and Vitniks brainwashed into aligning with Russia and dwelling in ruined cities. Danilov says, however, that, quote, claims like these are an illusion at best and treason at the worst, as they undermine the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Ukraine. Crimea, the Donetsk and Luhansk regions, and all the temporarily occupied territories are sovereign Ukrainian land that cannot be exchanged or sold off. If you fall for the trap of choosing between concessions and war, you'll soon find yourself in a war forcing you into more concessions. In Danilov's view, Putin's regime is considering the peace for land deal an intermediate stage on the way to meeting its ultimate goal, the destruction and annexation of the whole of Ukraine. Such a deal would give it the operational pause it needs to rebuild its exhausted armed forces and infect the Ukrainian populace with the virus of division driven by resentment and public dissatisfaction. Danilov also stressed that war is no place for compromise and half measures. Ukraine must win, he said, and Russia must lose. Compromise and concession inevitably end in failure and loss of statehood. Ukrainian news agency Ukraine Inform said that the day before publication, Danilov said that the Russian forces are noting little success of their grand offensive and that most of their attacks in the east are successfully grounded down. Last night, Andrei Guryov said on Russian state television that if Kyiv needs to lie in ruins for our flag to fly above it, then so be it.
Если мы берем цель, это, к примеру, один город, там одна область, еще что. Но ее так вычистить, что там просто ничего не оставалось. Если мы говорим, что это Киев, мы говорим, там Киев, это мать городов русских. Да, это мать городов русских. Но если надо, чтобы от Киева остались руины, и там стоял наш флаг сверху на этих руинах, я думаю, к этому надо прийти. Так все и везде воюют. Мы почему-то с этим заморачиваемся-то, не пойму никак. Вот этот момент краеугольный. И на сегодняшний день, наверное, об этом надо говорить.
A live music performance was held recently at Moscow's Luzhniki Stadium, reportedly as a show of support of the Russian society for Kremlin's savage war in Ukraine. Putin himself appeared to give a speech in which he argued that the motherland is our family, and that the soldiers standing next to him were fighting on the front to protect that idea, that we insistently remind the world, do not go to war with the Russians. Anton Goroshenko wrote on his Twitter, concert at the Russian Luzhniki Stadium. Are they demonstrating the weapons Russia will fight with soon?
История себя не изменяет и сегодня. В начале 21 века мы опять противостоим Западу, защищая русский народ. И опять настойчиво напоминаем миру: не воюйте с русскими.
In the meantime, the media revealed who were the people who allegedly spontaneously appeared in the audience. According to the Kremlin's propaganda, they were ordinary citizens showing their support for the special military operation. In reality, they were extras hired for 500 rubles or $6.50 each, and told that if someone asked them what they were doing there, they were supposed to reply that they love Russia or keep their mouth shut. They were also told not to speak to other spontaneous attendees. And with that, we conclude this edition of Break the Fake, but for more news and updates, please stay tuned to TVP World.
Hello, this is Maciej Mikos welcoming you to World News. The situation on the Ukrainian battlefields remains difficult. Ukrainians continue repelling attacks as the world wonders whether Russia will launch a stronger offensive. TVP World correspondent Ovidiusz Nicia is in Lviv to tell us more.
When I asked here how the people feel about the one-year mark of the full-scale invasion approaching, we got a bunch of mixed feelings from the people of Lviv. Some are proud of their boys, it's how they call the Ukrainian armed forces. On the other, people are worrying for their future. They don't know what tomorrow might bring. Some reports were saying that Russia is preparing another mass missile attack for tomorrow. So definitely we got mixed feelings. Let's now take a look at some of the responses we got here on the streets of Lviv.
I think all Ukrainian people have already used to this situation because somehow people have to live, have to maintain their lives. But we hope for better.
I feel like it's a long time passed since the war started, and I wish people would talk more about that. And just because it's anniversary, it doesn't change anything because it's still happening and it's still a big, dramatic change for a lot of people.
I don't want this in my country. It was always like this horror of TV, like other wars like Afghanistan or Iraq. It was very far away and we had peace here.
What is sure is that everyone here hopes that this anniversary will be the last one and that war will end quickly and people can get back to their normal lives. People's lives have changed dramatically in that year, and that's why they hope that tomorrow might be better. They're looking with hope at tomorrow because they can see that they're not alone. With new visits with the Prime Minister of Spain today in Kyiv, they can see that the world is with them, and that's why some of them are hopeful, but definitely no one will be celebrating tomorrow.
That was Ovidiusz Nicia reporting from Lviv. Tens of thousands of Ukrainian refugees continue to make their way to Poland and have been since the war broke out 1 year ago. One of the places they arrived to is Przemyśl, situated just a few kilometers from the border with Ukraine. Our reporter Katarzyna Nowicka is in Przemyśl, where several trains carrying refugees arrive every day.
Nearly 10 million Ukrainian refugees from Ukraine have arrived to Poland since the war began on the 24th of February 2022. And one of these places that they arrive to every day is the train station in Przemyśl. Here, around 2,000 to 2,500 Ukrainian refugees arrive every day in 5 trains from various cities across Ukraine. And they arrive here not only through trains, but also by foot. foot on the Medyka border crossing, which is situated just 14 kilometers away from the border with Ukraine. These people who arrive to Poland first go through customs and passport check, and then are greeted by volunteers who arrive here in groups from the Association of Ukrainians in Poland that help them receive not only any humanitarian aid or medical help that they might require, but also help with translating documents and translating conversations to find out what places they are going to go to next. So the help of these volunteers at places such as the train station in Przemysl is very crucial. These first moments are usually very scary, very overwhelming, and it's nice to always have a very helpful hand that is ready to help and ready to redirect these refugees either to new places or help them find a place to stay in Przemysl and any further work that they might need.
That was Katarzyna Nowicka reporting from Przemysl. Wounded Ukrainian soldiers undergoing treatment abroad. One of the soldiers who had both his legs amputated is being rehabilitated in the US.
Western aid to Ukraine extends not only to arms supplies. Wounded Ukrainian soldiers are receiving treatment abroad. One Ukrainian soldier is undergoing rehabilitation in order to get back into the fight.
Despite the injury, despite everything I have to endure, I am coming back to the army. I am coming back to fight. I will fight side to side with my comrades.
Another fighter has received a prosthetic arm after losing the limb in a mortar attack. His injury makes him unable to rejoin combat.
I'm from the Vinnytsia region. I was injured in the Luhansk region, near Makivka, where we were caught under mortar shelling. 5 soldiers were wounded, one of them was killed.
The support of Ukraine's allies takes the pressure off the Ukrainian healthcare system. American specialists, who gained a lot of experience during the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, are able to provide high-quality rehabilitation for the wounded Ukrainian soldiers.
Before his arrival in Poland, US President Joe Biden made a surprise visit to Kiev. In his speech delivered in Warsaw on Tuesday, Biden promised more aid for Ukraine and a greater presence of US troops on NATO's eastern flank. But how was this visit received in the US itself? Our correspondent in Washington, Alex Sumlinska, has the answer.
The U.S. President Joe Biden is back in Washington, D.C. following his trip to Europe, where he paid a surprise visit to Kyiv, Ukraine, and then went on to visit Warsaw, Poland, where he gave a fiery speech and attended a meeting of the Bucharest Nine. Now, many people here in the United States are saying that this trip has highlighted the leadership role of U.S. President Joe Biden on the world stage as he is preparing to launch his 2024 presidential bid. Now, on the matter of the continuing support for Ukraine, and this is according to Reuters, U.S. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen has said at a meeting of G20 finance ministers in India that the support for Ukraine must continue and that the U.S. is preparing an additional $10 billion aid package for the country. For TVP World from Washington, D.C., Alexandra Sumlinska.
The 22nd Parliamentary Assembly of the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe was a stage of an anti-war protest. Dozens of delegates walked out in the middle of the session.
Scores of parliamentarians from Poland, Canada, the United States and other countries walked out of the room to protest the presence of delegates from Russia. Those who stayed unfurled Ukrainian flags and relayed a special message from the Ukrainian delegation.
The time for talking is over. Now it's the time for action. We must stand up for what is right, for what is just, and for the principles that the OSCE was founded upon. We must fight for the memory of the innocent victims and for the safety and security of all people. We must not let these warmongers win. Not now, not ever. Slava Ukraine!
The meeting is taking place 1 year after the Russian full-scale invasion on Ukraine. Almost to the day, 15 members of the Russian delegation are under EU sanctions. This includes Pyotr Tolstoy, deputy chairman of the Russian Duma. Despite sanctions imposed by the European Union and direct protests of some 24 countries, Russian delegation was invited to attend.
And we're moving on now to Paris. The illumination of the Eiffel Tower in support of Ukraine 1 year after the beginning of the war has been inaugurated today. The tower is lit up in colors of the Ukrainian flag. The illumination will last until February 26th. Paris wants to, as stated, reiterate its unwavering support for the Ukrainian people and its willingness to participate in the reconstruction of the country. The inaugurational ceremony of the illumination was led by Paris Mayor Anne Hidalgo. That was our report on Ukraine. You're watching TVP World. And now let's take a look at updates from other parts of the world, beginning with news from Poland. The US Congress has approved the sale of HIMARS launchers to Poland. Polish Minister of Defense Mariusz Błaszczak shared on Twitter that the contract will be finalized soon. The move marks another step toward bolstering the security of NATO's eastern flank.
Nearly 2 weeks ago, the U.S. State Department approved the general conditions of the contemplated deal. The transaction is to include nearly 500 HIMARS launchers, most of which will be mounted on Polish-made military vehicles. In addition, an extensive quantity of munitions, including 45 long-range ATA-CMS missiles and more than 1,500 other missiles, will be included. The value of this package is about $10 billion. It still needed an approval from Congress, which was granted on Thursday. Poland ordered 20 HIMARS kits, including 18 combat and 2 training launchers, in 2019. Lockheed Martin is expected to deliver them this year. Last May, the Ministry of Defense sent a new request for proposals to the US government for 500 more launchers.
The Dutch Ministry of Defense reported today that its fighter jets had intercepted Russian aircraft approaching the NATO air defense zone in international airspace over the Baltic Sea. Authorities did not specify the exact date of the incident. The Russian Il-20s were intercepted by Dutch F-35 fighter jets stationed in Poland to monitor NATO airspace. In a similar incident in mid-February, the Dutch Air Force escorted 3 Russian aircraft away from the NATO air defense zone. 8 Dutch fighters have been stationed in Poland for defense and training purposes since the beginning of this month. Poland's Prime Minister, Mateusz Morawiecki, visited Copenhagen today for bilateral talks with his Danish counterpart, Mette Frederiksen. Our correspondent, Marek Stilzieliński, has more.
The Prime Ministers of Poland and Denmark met today in Copenhagen to speak about cooperation in the fields of military security and energy security. The leaders of the two countries also spoke about the efforts of their countries to supply Ukraine with modern weapons and how to support it internationally.
Poland and Denmark have been on the same page from the very beginning of this terrible war in Ukraine. And you have said from day one that you will support our friends and our neighbors in Ukraine as long as it takes. Denmark is at the same position.
Also, Ukraine needs financial support. And this is where the European Commission is doing their part. And I'm going to thank European Commission and Ursula for this, because it is needed for Ukrainian government, which is not gathering taxes these days, to pay salaries of soldiers, nurses, teachers, doctors, and so on.
Poland and Denmark are strategic partners. The two countries managed to open last year in September the Baltic Pipe, a gas pipeline that connects Poland to gas fields in Norway via Denmark. The construction of the pipeline allowed Central Europe and Poland to become energy independent from imports from Russia. Marek Stilzieliński, TVP World.
American President Joe Biden has returned to the United States from Europe. The aim of his trip was to reaffirm the U.S. support for Ukraine and the eastern flank of NATO.
As can be seen in the video, the U.S. President got off his helicopter Marine One extremely tired. He arrived in Washington from Andrews Air Force Base in Maryland, where he had flown from Europe on board Air Force One. Biden often speaks with reporters after his trips. This time, however, he only waved to them and went straight to the White House. The U.S. President returned to his home country on Wednesday night. During his trip to Europe, which began on Monday, Biden made a surprise visit to Ukraine's capital, Kyiv, where he met with the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. Then Biden traveled to Poland's capital, Warsaw, for talks with Polish President Andrzej Duda and other Polish officials. Before his departure on Wednesday, Biden met with leaders of the Bucharest Nine. That is Bulgaria, the Czech Republic, Estonia, Hungary, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland, Romania and Slovakia.
We need to ensure that history does not repeat itself.
That was a memorable visit. And that's all for now. Thank you for watching, and stay with us for more here on TVP World.
Ladies and gentlemen, this